Universitas Ahmad Dahlan merupakan perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah yang berlokasi di Yogyakarta. Universitas Ahmad Dahlan memiliki 5 kampus yang tersebar di berbagai lokasi di pusat kota. Kampus 1 terletak di Jalan Kapas nomor 9 Semaki Umbul Harjo. Kampus 2 berada di Jalan Pramuka nomor 42 Sidikan Umbul Harjo. Kampus 3 di Jalan Profesor Dr. Supomo Janturan. Kampus 4 terletak di Jalan Ahmad Yani Ring Road Selatan Banguntapan. Dan kampus 5 berada di Jalan Ki Ageng Pemanahan nomor 19 Sorosutan Umbul Harjo, Yogyakarta. Dalam rangka menciptakan lingkungan kerja yang aman dan nyaman, UAD berkomitmen untuk menerapkan sistem manajemen keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja.
Selamat datang di Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Sebelum Anda memulai aktivitas, kami akan menyampaikan informasi keselamatan dan prosedur tanggap darurat yang berlaku di lingkungan Universitas Ahmad Dahlan.
Saat ini, Anda sedang berada di gedung Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Kampus 4. Ketika Anda berada di lingkungan Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, pastikan Anda mematuhi peraturan keselamatan dan kesehatan yang berlaku. Saat Anda memasuki lingkungan Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, parkirkan kendaraan Anda pada tempat parkir yang telah disediakan secara tertib dan rapi sesuai jenis kendaraan. Bagi tamu yang berkunjung ke Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, diharapkan lapor kepada security untuk mengisi buku tamu. Universitas Ahmad Dahlan dilengkapi dengan fasilitas lift. 4 lift terletak di sayap barat dan 4 lift terletak di sayap timur gedung. Masing-masing memiliki kapasitas 24 orang. Ketika Anda menaiki lift, pastikan penggunaan sesuai kapasitas. Jika terjadi kerusakan lift dan terjebak di dalam, jangan panik. Hubungi tim evakuasi dengan menekan tombol darurat pada lift. Dilarang menekan tombol yang tidak diperlukan atau bermain tombol pada panel yang ada di dalam lift. Universitas Ahmad Dahlan juga dilengkapi dengan fasilitas eskalator yang berada di tengah gedung. Ketika Anda menaiki eskalator, Anda harus pastikan tali sepatu telah terikat. Hindari pakaian yang dapat menyangkut pada anak tangga atau sisi eskalator. Dilarang memakai sandal jepit saat menaiki eskalator. Jangan bersandar pada handrail eskalator. Jangan duduk pada palet eskalator. Dilarang untuk bersandar pada railing tangga. Anda tidak diperkenankan memasuki ruang yang dilarang seperti ruang panel, ruang server, dan genset tanpa izin atau tidak berkepentingan.
Keadaan darurat yang dapat terjadi di gedung Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Kampus 4 seperti kebakaran, gempa bumi, dan angin puting beliung. Jika terjadi kecelakaan atau keadaan darurat, Anda dapat melapor ke petugas keselamatan atau dengan menghubungi emergency call di nomor 4110.
Kami informasikan, assembly point atau titik kumpul gedung ini berada di halaman utama gedung. Pada saat terjadi keadaan darurat, gunakan tangga darurat yang berada di sayap barat dan timur gedung untuk evakuasi dan hindari penggunaan lift. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika Anda berada di dalam ruangan, segera mencari perlindungan seperti berlindung di bawah meja, lindungi kepala, jauhi kaca. Ketika getaran telah berhenti, segera keluar ruangan secara teratur melalui tangga darurat menuju assembly point atau titik kumpul di halaman utama gedung. Bagi Anda yang menggunakan sepatu hak tinggi, mohon dilepaskan terlebih dahulu untuk mempermudah proses evakuasi dan menghindari terjatuh pada saat evakuasi. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan detektor asap. Secara otomatis akan menghidupkan fire alarm jika terjadi konsentrasi asap yang cukup. Detektor panas secara otomatis akan menghidupkan fire alarm jika terjadi peningkatan suhu secara drastis dan cepat. Fire alarm. Fire alarm dioperasikan jika kebakaran kecil yang tidak dapat ditanggulangi dan terjadi kebakaran besar. Water sprinkler secara otomatis memancarkan air di titik kebakaran. Tabung alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR. Cara menggunakannya, tarik atau lepas pin pengunci tuas tabung APAR. Arahkan selang APAR ke titik pusat api. Tekan tuas untuk mengeluarkan isi tabung APAR. Sapukan secara merata sampai api padam dan usahakan jangan melawan arah angin. Firehouse Cabinet. Penggunaan minimal dilakukan oleh 2 orang. Buka kotak hidran, tarik gulungan selang, buka kran, dan arahkan air pada titik api. Kami pastikan hari ini tidak sedang dilakukan simulasi tanggap darurat atau Safety Emergency Drill. Apabila Anda mendengar sirine kebakaran atau tanda darurat lainnya, segera keluar menuju tempat yang aman melalui tangga darurat. Saat terjebak dalam kepulan asap, berjalanlah merangkak atau merayap. Ikuti petunjuk petugas evakuasi menuju assembly point dan hindari membawa barang bawaan berlebih. Jika terjadi angin topan, jangan panik. Segera tutup semua pintu dan jendela, serta matikan aliran listrik. Carilah tempat perlindungan ruangan yang aman. Lingkungan UAD adalah kawasan tanpa rokok atau KTR. Dilarang merokok di lingkungan UAD. Dilarang membawa senjata tajam, narkotika, miras. Buanglah sampah pada tempatnya. Toilet berada pada setiap lantai dan gunakan air secukupnya. Bagi Anda yang ingin menunaikan ibadah sholat, lokasi masjid ada di sebelah selatan gedung utama. Demikian informasi keselamatan dan tanggap darurat yang berlaku di gedung ini. Demi keselamatan dan kenyamanan Anda, patuhilah peraturan yang berlaku dan jangan melakukan hal-hal yang dapat memicu kerusakan dan kericuhan. Salam safety, stay safety, stay healthy. Terima kasih.
Please find your seat and make yourself comfortable. I'd like to inform you that this agenda is hybrid and it's aired on our Zoom and our official YouTube channel, Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. And for the opening, we will have dance. It called Kenjring Party Dance. Kenjring Party Dance is originally from Sundanese land. The word Kenjring means waditra, or a musical instrument made of leather with a kecrek on the edge, and it will produce the sound of jring jring. It's a dance for welcoming guests. The movements are so energetic, agile, and attractive, which describe the enthusiasm of the host for welcoming the excellency guests. Please welcome the Kenjring Party Dance. faculty of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Please give applause one more time for them. Thank you. And the dance was hypnotizing and I'm freezing. I don't remember that we have to start the show. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Let's praise Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala for His bless and mercy, so we are able to attend this meeting in good condition, healthy and happy. The Excellency Bapak Rusdi Umar PhD, as the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Nick Maherbe from the University of South Africa, Dr. Nimia Simbulan from the University of the Philippines, Dr. Eli N. Hayati as the Dean of Psychology Faculty of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Nina Z. Situmorang as the Chairman from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, the distinguished guests, all the international speakers, all international guests, all the director of some units in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, or the representatives, all the deans at Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, or the representatives, all the participants and staff members of Psychology Faculty of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ina. Feel so glad to be your host for the meeting today. A very warm welcome to the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge System and Practice, entitled Growing Ecological Challenges, Transdisciplinary Perspective from the Global South. It's held by Universitas Ahmad Dahlan in collaboration with Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, University of South Africa, and the University of the Philippines. It's held on the 5th of July 2023 in Amphitheatrium of the main campus of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Please give applause for the international conference. Thank you. On this special occasion, all participants are being here together with the wonderful spirit for the attending the first day of the international conference. I'd like to inform you that our agenda today is streamed on Zoom and our official YouTube channel, Fakultas Psikologi UAD. The honorable guests, let me deliver the sequence of the agenda today. The first one is dance and opening by MC, reciting Quran, national anthems and Mars Muhammadiyah, hymn of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, welcoming remarks, photo session, Sadium General, plenary session, photo session and workshop session. The Excellency, our distinguished guests, we shall begin today's meeting by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now we are going to have reciting Quran, Surah Al-Hajj 63 to 65 by Rizan Muslih Ade Mahendra. Mas Rizan, time's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم تر أن الله أنزل من السماء ماء ألم تر أن الله أنزل من السماء ماء فتصبح الأرض من السماء ماء فتصبح الأرض مخضرا إن الله لطيف خبير له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن الله لهو الغني الحميد ألم تر أن الله سخر لكم ما في الأرض والفلك تجري في البحر بأمره والفلك تجري في البحر بأمره ويمسك السماء أن تقع على الأرض ويمسك السماء أن تقع على الأرض إلا بإذنه إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم وهو الذي أحياكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم إن الإنسان لكفور صدق الله العظيم اللهم ارحمنا بالقرآن ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And the next one, we will have the national anthem of Indonesia, South Africa, and Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for a while and pay full attention to the anthem with respect.
Di sana
gentlemen, you may have sit. Thank you. Thank you, the honorable ladies and gentlemen. To formally initiate this meeting, we're going to have some welcoming remarks. And please welcome Ibu Dr. Nina Z. Situmorang as the chairman of this international conference. Ibu Nina, the microphone is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salamat. In Filipinas is good morning, yes. Okay, it's false. Okay, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah, amma ba'du. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Rusdi Umar ST, MT, PhD. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Mrs. Eli Nurhayati, PhD. The Honorable Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Manila, Dr. Nimia Simbulan. The Honorable from the University of South Africa, all of the team. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Dr. Nur Laila Widyarini. And then Honorable all the speaker from the University of Philippines Manila, UP Manila, UP Los Banos, UNISA, and the University of Muhammadiyah Jember. And the last, the Honorable for all the participants of Indigenous Knowledge System and Practice, IKSP, and lecturers and our students of the University of Ahmad Dahlan. Alhamdulillah, today, July 5th until 7th, we are the University of Ahmad Dahlan, UP Manila, UP Los Banos, UNISA, and University of Muhammadiyah Jember member held a third international conference on indigenous knowledge system and practice with the theme IKSP amidst growing ecological challenge, transdisciplinary perspective from the global south. The goal of the organization is to provide a venue for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to come together to discuss intersectional ties, bridging, develop local wisdom through centuries of experimentation by our ancestors and passed down orally from generation to generation, including a broader scope that includes all traditional skills, law, philosophy, ritual, livelihood, science, and technology, from comprehensive to 3 days with a speaker, plenary, workshop, parallel session, oral presentation, and nitros, with the 40 poster and videos, and there are 150 participants and presenters, and collect 90 abstract. Hopefully, the international conference IKSP is intended not only to strengthen and develop network with the psychology students, our scholars. We invite intensive 3-day conference and experience the rich culture of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you for all team from UP Manila. Where is the UP Manila? UP Los Banos, Yunisa, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Okay. And the Faculty of Psychology, University of Ahmad Dahlan. To all the participants, I hope you enjoy the forum and share knowledge in a pleasant, happy, and connected atmosphere. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Nina, for the speech. For the next welcoming remark, I'd like to invite Dr. Eli N. Hayati as the Dean of Psychology Faculty of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Ibu Eli, the floor is yours.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu alla ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Welcome, mabuhay, and welcome. I don't know in South Africans. Welcome to Yogyakarta, especially for our distinguished guests and speakers. And our partner and co-host for this international conference. As we all know that this conference is the third one to be held, and the second one to be held in UAD, actually. Is it correct, Prof. Tere? Yes. The first one was held in Manila, and we don't know who will be the fourth. We'll do a lottery, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much also for our colleague and students who attending for this international conference. This will be an opportunity for us to exchange our knowledge as the people who live in the Southern Hemisphere, which we have the same experiences in the past of being colonized by Northern, Western countries. So we have to confess that our experiences, our knowledge that built among us is not really originated from our own sources. So the recent years, the recent knowledge development really encourage us to be able to dig and to learn from our own perspectives as the Southern people, to build our knowledge and to confess that our knowledge is also a valuable one that can goes globally, because no one knowledge that is fit for all. No one fit for all. So this is the opportunity for us to exchange the ideas and experiences as people from the Southern. So our colleagues and students, as well as colleagues and students from UP Manila and UP Los Baños, will also share through online presentations, but also some will be held offline here in the parallel workshops. So please feel free to choose which workshops that you want to be attending to and learn more with different knowledge that will be shared within the workshops. But for sure, I think the organizer will circulate the attendees, attending list, to make sure that every workshop will be attended by people who participate for this conference. So finally, hopefully, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, God the Almighty, will bless us so that our planned conference will be successfully held and everything will be okay and fine until the third day of this conference. So enjoy the beautiful Yogyakarta, also the very nice foods. We have also a lot of street foods. And you may know that in the corner of this complex, we have this Ahmad Dahlan Museum, Muhammadiyah Museum. So you can also visiting the museum there. It's just a few minutes walk from this building. So one more time, welcome and mabuhay, and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Eli. And the next speech is going to be delivered by Dr. Ma Teresa K.D. Guzman from the University of the Philippines, Manila. Ibu Dr. Ma Teresa, the stage is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much and good morning everybody. Magandang umaga. And I'd like to thank UP Manila, UP Los Baños, Jember, and Africa, ANISA, and of course the organizers of this conference. Actually, it's a second face-to-face conference. The last conference last year was more on the online conference. I'd like to start the opening remarks, but more on the prayers, especially for us organizers to continue our advocacy for IKSP. Our most gracious and Heavenly Father, we are grateful to you this morning to be gathered safe and healthy for this third International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices. We come before you now with a humble heart, asking to make our gathering a success, productive, and illuminating, void of any unwanted interruptions, destruction, conflicts, or critical concerns. Bless our speakers, our generous resource persons, guide them to enlighten everyone through their knowledge as presented, through which birthing of new perspective will lead to greater endeavors. Your grace upon the participants that came all the way to learn new information and contribute various forms of data that will aid better adaptability in this challenging world as we are in. You're generous upon the host, university, and their officials for accommodation. Pour out our strength and cooperation upon the organizers, the facilitators, moderators, documenters, the whole technical team involved, for without your efforts, their efforts, the conceptualizations of continuity of this conference will not come to fruition. We ask you now, O Lord, for bless each and everyone that we may have a fruitful, productive, and joyful engagement in whatever capacity where new learnings will be captured and of great benefit. Motivate, guide, and lead us to assist one another to be able to fulfill the objectives of this conference, Lord. May this is not be just an intellectual gathering, rather than a union of minds and hearts resolute for greater service to humanity. May you please contribute to keep watch over us, grant us divine health and safety even beyond this conference. We offer this day to you, dear Father God, and choose to honor our glory through the thoughts in our minds and in the works of our hearts. All this I pray in the most precious name of our divine Creator, God the Father, Jesus Christ. Amen. Good morning, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Teresa. Now we invite the Excellency Bapak Rusdi Umar, PhD, to deliver your speech. Bapak Rusdi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain, amma ba'd. That was Arabic language. The honorable speaker, Dr. Ma Teresa de Guzman, University of the Philippine Manila, or we can say UP Manila. Dr. Nick Malherbe, University of South Africa, UNISA. We have UNISA also here. Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta. I thought it was UNISA Yogyakarta, but it is from South Africa. Dr. Eli Nur Hayati from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, we can call it UAD. And also Dr. Vesta Yumpi for Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Special guest this morning, Dr. Nimia Simbulan, Vice Chancellor of the Academic Affairs, University of the Philippine Manila, UP Manila. Dr. Nurlaila Widyarini, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Professor Maria from UP Los Banos. Dr. Nina Situmorang, Chairwoman. And also Professor Nur Rahman Hajam from Higher Education, Muhammadiyah Higher Education Board. And all lecturers and participants from different universities. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, magandang umaga. Is it correct? Okay. I don't know the African language, but this, I'm sorry, First of all, on behalf of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, I would like to say a very warm and hearty welcome to all of you to Yogyakarta, the city of education, culture, tourism, and history. Yogyakarta is a special region to be the only Indonesian royal city still ruled by a monarchy, renowned as a center of Indonesian education. I would also like to use this chance to briefly introduce Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, that we can call it UAD. UAD is a private university established in 1960 as Muhammadiyah Teacher Training Education Institute and was changed into university in 1994. We are under one of the biggest Islamic organization in Indonesia, Muhammadiyah. UAD is one out of 170 higher education institution under Muhammadiyah organization all over Indonesia. As you may guess, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember is also under Muhammadiyah. And also UNISA is under Muhammadiyah organization. But this one is UNISA, Universitas Aisyah Yogyakarta, not University of South Africa. So the same abbreviation but different universities. UAD is a comprehensive university with 38 bachelor programs, 15 master programs, 1 doctoral program, coming soon from psychology, Bu Eli, right? 3 profession programs and 1 vocational program located in 6 campuses, and we have around 27,000 students. This is campus number 4. The area is 8,000 meters square. So we have 6 campuses in Yogyakarta. And also we have a museum for Muhammadiyah. If you see to the south, of course, behind this wall, there is a museum and also one big masjid or mosque as a symbol of Yogyakarta. And also we have above in the 10th floor observatorium, so we can see the things from the sky, moon, sun, stars, etc. And we have received the highest level of accreditation, which is called Unggul or Excellent, the highest level of accreditation from our Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Republic Indonesia. Second of all, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to University of the Philippines Los Banos, UP Los Banos, UP Manila, University of South Africa, UNISA, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember for collaborating with us in organizing this conference. The 3rd International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices, Transdisciplinary Perspective from the Global South. Ladies and gentlemen, Indigenous Knowledge System and Practices, or we call it IKSP, are local knowledge developed over centuries of experimentation by our ancestors and are passed orally from generation to generation. It was proven to be perfect scaffold to sustainable development connecting the past, the present, and the future. However, this knowledge system and practices are at escalating rate of deterioration due to consistent assimilation that resulted from the continuing loss of interest of this practice from the young people. Thus, empirical evidence to showcase importance to environmental protection and cultural preservation are encouraged. IKSP includes a broader scope that includes all traditional skills, law, philosophy, ritual, livelihood, science, and technology from society. So, the theme, transdisciplinary perspective from the Global South, will be very interesting. This conference aims to facilitate international level exchange and sharing of knowledge, experiences, and the best practices on the transdisciplinary perspective from the Global South on IKSPs. Enable participants to discuss current issues, challenges, and concern regarding the transdisciplinary perspective from the Global South on IKSPs, how to draw out suggestions and address the issue. I thank to the committee, Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and partners. Without all your effort, this conference will not be held as it is now. Finally, I wish all delegates and participants a fruitful and pleasant international conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Maraming salamat. Dr. Nina only know one word ya, salamat only ya. Maraming salamat means terima kasih. Nasrul minallah wa fadlun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Rusdi Umar, PhD, for the valuable time in this international conference. I'm sorry, Pak Rusdi, please stay at the front because we will have the photo session. So I invite all the honorable guests for having the photo session with Pak Rusdi and all international guests and also all the guests. Prof. Nur, monggo. Nick di belakang. I'm sorry, Dr. Nick, maybe you can send at the... You are in the back. Yes, because you are tall. Is that enough? Please backward, because we will see the screen there. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, sorry, backward again. We will have take picture. Sorry. No, we see the camera. No, still on the position, but see the camera first. We will have a picture. One more. Sorry. One more. 1, 2. You may say Jogja. Okay. Now we see on the backward. We look at the screen. Yeah. Sorry, move backward. Please move backward. We will take the photo from the stage. Sorry. I thought that we have camera on that, but we still use the manual photo. The participants. Yes, thank you. The participants, please stand up for a while. We will have photo session with international guests and also the speakers. One, two, three, cheese. Jogja. With a smiling face. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, the participants. And I'd like to inform you again and again that this agenda is hybrid, and we also stream the agenda today in Zoom in our official YouTube, Fakultas Psikologi UAD. And now we will have the Stadium General, and it will be moderated by Ron Tangkalan. I'd like to, I invite Ron Tangkalan to be on the stage. Ron Jai Ponce de Leon Tangkalan, his educational background, BA Humanities and MA Political Economy combined program with specialization in international relation and development, of Arts and Science of School of Law and Governance, and many others. His other postgraduate or diploma course in Geopolitics and International Relations, graduated School of Public and Development Management, Development Academy of the Philippines 2020. His current professorial chairs or faculty grant, citation, International Publication Award from the University of the Philippines System, one-up faculty grant award in Human Ecology and Political Economy for Understanding Teaching and Public Service in the University of Philippines Los Banos, UPLB College of Human Ecology Teaching Excellence Award or Outstanding Teacher Award. Wow, his achievement was so amazing, but I cannot read all his curriculum vitae since we need maybe more than 1 hour, since the committee give to me more than 3 papers, I guess. So I invite one and only Ron J. Ponce de Leon Tangkalan. The stage is yours.
Hello, hello. Okay, now it is working. So I think that was just overreading the CV. I'm sorry. Okay, because they asked the CV, right? So thank you so much. I'm Ron Dangkalan, assistant professor from the UPLB College of Human Ecology, and coming here to Jogja, right? It always feels like home. So I'll be the moderator for the keynote speaker. I'll just be introducing the keynote speaker. So the purpose of having all these sharing is for us countries from the global south to share different perspectives and indigenous knowledge, which was mentioned before, which is really important, right? To unpack indigenous knowledge because they're relevant. So there are two parts of the talk. So there will be a talk proper by our keynote speaker, Dr. Nick Mulherby, and then if we have the time, we will also do question and answer. So I'll be moderating the question and answers later on. So that's two part of the keynote speech. I now have the honor to introduce our speaker from South Africa. He's a senior researcher at the Institute for Social and Health Sciences at the University of South Africa and the South African Medical Research Council, UNISA Violence, Injury, and Peace Research Unit. His research interests are in psychology, particularly in critical variants within psychology and community context. Nick is editor of Social and Health Sciences, action editor of Journal of Community Psychology, and editor of Psychoanalysis, Culture, and Society. Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Nick Mulherby, our keynote speaker. Yeah.
Sorry, let me just set this up quickly.
Okay, so if anyone have questions later on, we have our colleagues there to give you the mic. So you just raise your hands after Nick's talk. I think it's really an opportunity for us to ask questions and get answers, right? So later on, if you have questions after Nick has finished the keynote talk, just raise your hands and our ushers will give you the mic. And we hope that you'll be able to listen properly and listen intentionally with the talk of Nick. Okay.
Can you all see that? Okay. Hello. I'm Nick from UNISA, South Africa. Thank you so much for welcoming us here today. Me and my colleagues, Naima and Khoa, feel very at home and welcome here. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. The title of this, I've changed a little bit from the program, but I'm still sort of speaking to the same themes that were originally there. I've just kind of altered the focus a little bit. Going to start off talking a little bit more theoretically and to the abstractions at hand, and then try hone in a little bit towards the end, get a little bit more concrete, and then open it up. I hope other people will also share their experience of some of the things we're talking about here today. Okay, so this is the title I've eventually decided on: Knowledge Making, Coloniality, Violence, and Freedom. So to begin with, to speak of the relationship between these two central concepts, knowledge and coloniality. When you look at the histories of knowledge making, we often find that we discover more about power and subjugation, violence, than we do about truth, per se. So to begin with then, coloniality is a topic I think we're going to discuss a lot through the next couple of days, but just a kind of broad definition to work with here. It's the contemporary structures of power that were established in the colonial era. So it's how these structures of power that came about during colonialism, how they live in the present and structure our present. And what coloniality does, among many other things, is that it ensures that the thinking and our thinking and seeing and our interpreting, the way that we understand the world, coheres or aligns with the rules and the norms of a supposedly Western modernity. And so coloniality impacts what are sort of systems of knowledge that are established. And these systems of knowledge we refer to as epistemologies. And how it does this, it kind of imposes an epistemological hierarchy of human beings that it enforces through what's called the color line. So it kind of imposes a hierarchy in the chain of being, and it does so through race or racialization. Coloniality lays claims to humanity, sort of what is human, what is not human, and this is the kind of what we're going to focus on here today. It denies the intellectual life of colonized populations, but destroying their knowledge systems. So destroying the knowledge systems makes it easier to dehumanize populations and to enact colonial violence on the basis of this dehumanization. And so the colonizer populations are afforded what's called epistemic virtue, not epistemic virtue in and of itself, but it's an epistemic virtue that's based on confining colonized populations to what Frans Fanon calls a zone of non-being. So where your humanity, the humanity of those relegated to this zone is either denied or placed sub or below that of the colonizer. This sets the limits for what's valid knowledge. Valid knowledge we'll see, can only be particular things. And this kind of, as I say, all of this depends on the degradation or the near destruction of other than northern knowledges. And so this is quite an important part of this. It was known as epistemicide. So broadly, these knowledge economies in the global north, they kind of seek legitimacy, or they establish themselves as legitimate by destroying knowledges or other knowledges outside of itself. And so knowledge advancements, inverted commas, within the global north require the control, the management, or the destruction of colonized peoples and their knowledge systems. And this kind of imposition of colonial epistemologies is what's called epistemicide, or like the destruction of knowledges. And I think what's important to remember is that epistemicide, it aims to destroy knowledges created in colonial categories, but it's a near destruction. It's never complete. There's always sort of pockets of resistance or incompleteness, and that's quite important for how we address this kind of thing. What happened there? So these epistemicides, they can be direct, so they can be either extractive or theft. An example of this is known as biopiracy. Biopiracy is quite big throughout Africa, where global pharmaceutical companies come, they sort of extract a lot of the local knowledges about environment, vegetation, sort of use that and make enormous profits in the sort of drugs and stuff that they sell from that. But there's other ways that this can happen. Eurocentrism, where knowledge, for example, in universities, concentrates only on sort of knowledges within Euro-America at the exclusion of the most other knowledge in the world. Or it can happen formally through language, so privileging one language over others, one sort of colonially imposed language over many other kinds of language. And it does this, epistemicides are carried out under the guise of partiality or objectivity or truth with a capital T. So it's naturalized, it's made to look, this is the way things are, and this is why we're doing it. And so it's able to operate so successfully because it sort of offers itself as correct or true. But as I say, what's important is that this is sort of bitter irony that these colonial powers they require the knowledges that they degrade and destroy. These knowledges are taken up, used, sold, often from the people without any sort of acknowledgement or compensation. So although the effort is to destroy these knowledges, it's impossible to destroy them. They're used every day in particular ways. So just to sort of re-emphasize some of these things, destroying knowledge is part of coloniality's dehumanizing mandate to destroy the lives and lands that are associated with these knowledges. The colonizer is positioned as the sole possessor of valid knowledge, and legitimacy becomes sort of infused with imperial and dehumanizing reason. Legitimacy, coloniality holds on to legitimacy and offers itself as the sort of one true legitimate mechanism of power. Where the sort of reaction to this is that colonized populations are made to seem subhuman, irrational, incompetent, or wrongly developed knowledge holders, and their interests need to be determined for them because of this. That's kind of the colonial logic underlying these epistemicides. And this erases what's sometimes called the ontological density of the colonized, so the sort of humanity of colonized populations, confining them to this zone of non-being. And in addition to that, then, people may come to silence their own knowledges in order to receive recognition or even the sort of what's needed to survive under these systems of coloniality. The suppression of one's own knowledge is rewarded or recognized in particular ways. I know not everyone here is from psychology. I am. Sometimes embarrassingly, I am. And so I'm going to use psychology here as an example, but most sort of disciplines are complicit in some ways with the coloniality of knowledge and knowledge destruction. Where these different knowledge traditions, or rather disciplines, are often silently or actively complicit in epistemicide. It usually takes on, it doesn't acknowledge the ways that it does this. It's very rare, especially, as I'll say, from speaking from psychology, that this is acknowledged in any ways. And the discipline, especially psychology, is reproduced with the most available kinds, most readily available kinds of epistemes, which are often Eurocentric and complicit in epistemicide. So looking at psychology, or mainstream psychology, so maybe it's sometimes easier to speak about it like that, tends to ignore or erase sort of othered knowledges, and it tends to only look within itself. The Afrikaner philosopher Lewis Gordon speaks about this. It's called disciplinary decadence, where psychology or any discipline sort of looks inward, reproducing its own language, its own theories, and kind of turns away from reality in this way in order to try and consolidate itself as a discipline. And it becomes a kind of decadent discipline, obsessed with its own sort of reproducing its own language, theories, and logics. Psychology itself is often deployed to manage, individualize, or control knowledge. Knowledge must be identifiable, directly usable, and it can, in a way, even be used to kind of control what people need to be, what a normal psychology is, what an abnormal psychology is. Psychology is also fond of the idea of the kind of lone genius knowledge creator, the single person, at the expense of considering the kind of collective or hidden processes of knowledge production, processes that need not be hidden, but psychology sort of likes to aggrandize a particular individual. Knowledge within psychological research, especially, that my colleagues and I know, is so often determined by funders, institutional backing, who are able to decide what's legitimate knowledge, what's illegitimate knowledge. Psychology also has a history of pathologizing decoloniality, making resistance kind of look abnormal or wrongly developed. And the last one that we all know, psychology is deeply entrenched in a kind of Eurocentrism. And this begins early on from the training, and sort of things that veer from this Eurocentric focus is kind of over here and a sort of optional extra, rather than sort of meaningfully disruptive. So all of this creates different crises in knowledge. These crises manifest themselves in different ways, but Lewis Gordon, again, he speaks about that these crises of knowledge can result in three retreats. The first is a retreat into what he calls naturalism, which subordinates thinking to the natural sciences. So we kind of defer to what's natural or ordinary or found in like the world in order to justify knowledge making itself, and without sometimes calling into question what's seen as natural. This designation of what's natural can come to control knowledge in the way natural is correct, unnatural is wrong. That's the first retreat. The second is a similar one. It's a retreat into historicism. It appeals to written or established facts, the kind of existing archive, without challenging these kind of facts or considering alternative histories or different approaches to history. It's kind of a retreat into what's the sort of on the surface bare fact. And the last is a retreat into language, which kind of divorce us from reality and structural oppression and this sort of endless encircling of different sort of language games and theories that once again kind of turn away from reality and allow us to kind of retreat into this particular parochial way of making knowledge. Okay, so that's kind of the broad overview of how coloniality relies on the destruction or degradation of knowledge to carry out its kind of dehumanizing mandate. But as I say, this is never this colonial destruction of knowledge and knowledge making and knowledge makers is never entirely successful. Coloniality is never a foreclosed system. It has within it internal contradictions, parts that don't quite cohere, and little gaps and pockets within it. And it's these gaps and pockets and contradictions that need to kind of be seized on in order to resist and sort of change this dehumanizing system. So one of the ways that people do this in relation to knowledge is what Sabelo Ndlovagacheni refers to as epistemic freedom, which is it refers to the right to interpret the world from where we are. What some people call the locus of enunciation. So the point at which we speak from and the kind of politics that's around that, it's like where geography and politics kind of meet and how that shapes knowledge making. This is called the struggle for epistemic freedom. And it's an acknowledgement that epistemicide it usually fails. And there's always ways to kind of push back and resist. To speak the world and to try and understand the world from where we are. The kind of fight for epistemic freedom relies on what are sometimes called decolonial methods. So it's not necessarily, it need not be, but it can look at ways of making knowledge outside of the sort of conventional ones that are most sort of rewarded or recognized by the academy, but to draw on knowledge-making methodologies that sort of try to push back against these things. Epistemic freedom tries to liberate reason from coloniality and to bring reason into other reasonable ways of being and acting in the world. It moves outside of contradiction-free narrative linearity. Very little sort of kind of progresses along a sort of neat trajectory without kind of internal sort of misfittings or contradictions, or without reference to other knowledge traditions. So it kind of tries to, instead of turning away from this contradiction and trying to sort of shoehorn things into neatness, epistemic freedom is quite comfortable with contradiction, embraces it, brings it into the knowledge-making enterprise. And some people speak about this as learning to unlearn in order to relearn, to create and build. To kind of look beyond the ways that we've been taught to do things in the academy and then sort of embrace ways that things are learned outside, beyond the academy. The goal here is to stress the full kind of pluriversality of humanity rather than a kind of singular Eurocentric humanity. And it's important to know that epistemic freedom is not academic freedom, the freedom to just say whatever we want, or institutional autonomy to act within the confines of the system, but to kind of go beyond this, to challenge what is spoken, how we speak it, and the sort of institutional limits that are placed on this. And it tries to take knowledge beyond universities, books, journals, the kind of places that we taught to find knowledge, and look beyond this. And I think a last point is that it kind of rejects what's sometimes called instrumental reason. So like knowledge that needs to be directly used. We make knowledge in order to use it here. This way of seeing knowledge kind of matches onto the kind of self-promotion or mastery that the academy sort of promotes. Like knowledge is allowed to exist in and of itself as well. So the epistemic freedom aligns with the decolonial project in a number of ways. It kind of opens up pathways to decolonization, is how some people speak about it. It's knowing in new ways in order to act and resist in new ways, or ways that aren't necessarily recognized by formal institutions. And it's important that it also kind of reveals that knowledges from the global north aren't sort of universal or entirely objective, but they're actually indigenous to their own concept, their own contexts. And this, in this way, it kind of, epistemic freedom rejects what are sometimes called zero-point epistemologies. So these are knowledges that appear to come from nowhere, are completely objective and universal, and it kind of reveals the sort of purpose that these apparently universal knowledges are actually serving. And it's not necessarily a commitment to a specific knowledge practice, but rather a commitment to working across epistemic borders. And this idea of border thinking is sometimes evoked here, which is kind of thinking from the margins or knowing outside of coloniality's cognitive empire. And it travels kind of artificial borders that foreclose and entrap. And these might be national borders, but there might also be the sort of disciplinary borders that promote disciplinary decadence. And the point is also to embrace the kinds of things that aren't necessarily considered to be knowledge. So these might be emotions, spirituality, everyday practice, movement. There's ways of knowing, knowledge systems embedded within these things. And it doesn't serve us to sort of dismiss them as lesser knowledges or not knowledges at all, but rather to try and work with them and to use these in knowledge-making practices. Epistemic freedom, importantly, it's not total knowing. It's not saying like, right, we're going to know everything because we're embracing pluriversality, but it's a commitment to the pluriverse, to honoring the pluriverse. And in this commitment, we advance a kind of epistemological solidarity, solidarity with different ways of knowing that acknowledge the pluriverse. And this, at sometimes, requires what's called epistemic friction. And this is to be embraced. Not all knowledge systems are able to sort of perfectly align with each other or sit beside each other. There might be contestations between them. And this is fine. Sometimes from these epistemic frictions, new ways of knowing are kind of, it come out of these. And it also guards against pluriversality becoming a kind of regulatory practice. Like everyone just says their piece and we move on. This epistemic friction is quite important for how we engage knowledge systems together. Okay, so to move on a little bit, I know I've been a little bit abstract until now, so I'm going to try make some of the epistemic freedom stuff a little bit more concrete. It's important that it doesn't look, epistemic freedom, it doesn't look to a mythological past, a past where everything was perfect and contradiction-free, but it also doesn't look to a kind of utopian future, which might not ever exist. It's kind of grounded and embedded within history and the present, as well as kind of sometimes ideas about the future to guide how we act in the present and engage with history. Ndlovu Gacheni insists that this epistemic freedom demands kind of 5 things. It's to return to this, what he calls the center of enunciation, which is kind of the point at which people speak, and how this point sort of influences what they speak. It's to shift the center of knowledge, to not necessarily just look to Europe and North America as these kind of places that need to guide our knowledge-making practices. And to also look at the normative foundations of critical theory, even what we take to be critical theory, Marxism, for example. There's often sort of Eurocentric colonial assumptions that underlie this stuff, which doesn't mean we need to throw it out, but we need to kind of engage with that critically. So to look at these normative foundations of what we think of to be critical. To rethink how we think, not take thinking itself for granted, but sort of thinking through different knowledge traditions and what this means. And to relearn in order to unlearn so that we might, to learn to unlearn, so that in order that we might once again relearn. So, as I say, the fight for epistemic freedom is not a purely abstract fight. It's the fight for the material conditions in which to enhance sort of pluriversal knowledge making. So there's lots and lots of examples across the world here. In South Africa, for example, Islamic knowledge traditions subverted the Dutch English Christian colonial order that denied people's interiority. At the moment, there's also indigenous ecological activism going on in Canada. The struggles for against biopiracy, that I mentioned earlier throughout Africa. There's resistance to the neoliberalization of local knowledges in Ecuador going on at the moment, the way people are trying to kind of profit and sort of put these knowledges to work for a capitalist market system. There's also efforts in Australia to bring indigenous knowledge into Australian university curricula. And to integrate indigenous knowledge systems into higher education systems in South Africa. And it's also observed within particular disciplines as well. For example, in our discipline, there's movements to decolonize psychology. This goes back to people like Fanon, Bulhan, Mungani, up until today, with various other thinkers bringing in this decolonization into psychology. What did I say? Oh yeah, okay, so this other sort of aspect of it is to fight what's called linguisticide, where particular languages are kind of destroyed or sort of asphyxiated due to not given the kind of resources in which to develop. And so this fight against linguisticide kind of is a fight against the destruction or imposition of languages, or an imposition of other languages. And it sort of questions linguistic standards. Why is, for example, English the standard that everything is measured against? It tries to honor erased voices in speaking in erased languages. And it's not necessarily a case of just translating, but it's kind of to honor the kind of language. If we think of language as a culture, it's to honor that culture embedded within a particular language. And to engage how people language particular practices. So maybe the actions that we are involved in, speaking about them in one language doesn't always sort of capture the motivations behind them. So to think how we kind of speak particular actions. And again, this is part of the kind of epistemic freedom, or it's a locus of enunciation, where politics, place, and knowledge cohere around this kind of the way that we fight against linguisticide. So there's lots of ways to do this in our work, and I'll give a brief example from our work in South Africa. But for psychology and others, I try to keep this broad, so not necessarily psychology, only psychology. But it's to build connections with these movements who are fighting for the conditions of epistemic freedom. So not to impose our knowledge tradition on these movements, but to kind of work with them, see if we're able to offer them any sort of use for their fight. It's also important to draw from institutional resources. We don't necessarily need to use psychology, but we can use the kind of resources that psychology is made available to us. This can be basic things like venues or transportation, funding, and what this can do and how this stuff might assist people fighting for epistemic freedom. A fight for changes in the curricula, not to kind of accept a sort of Euro-American centric curricula, and to reject what's sometimes called epistemic violence, which is a kind of harmful representations of sort of other knowledges or other people. And to sort of reject this, fight this within our discipline. To build solidarity through pluriversality, so not to base solidarity on sort of monolithic, imposed understanding of a political goal or the people to fight for this political goal, but to use the sort of pluriversality of movements and people in general in order to build solidarity from that. It's important to engage the official archives, but also to look at unofficial archives, the things that aren't necessarily written down. and knowledges that are often forgotten by these official archives. To expand, as I say, conceptions of what is knowledge, to take rationality back from colonial reason, to rethink the kind of what's taken for granted within knowledge making, and to try and commit to the truth of a decolonial delinking from standards of coloniality. I'm going to go quickly 2 other ways of doing this and then move on to an example, and then I'll sort of wrap up there. So this is, sometimes this is called remembering, which is kind of recovering pasts and knowledges that have been severed by coloniality. So it's kind of to remember what's been dismembered. And the point is here to look at kind of, or excavate sort of forgotten or repressed histories that are able to change our relationship to the past. So histories that are not written about, are not honored, and are not spoken about, and are sometimes difficult to commit into words or to the standards that are most rewarded by the academy. To break from kind of hateful elements of our past by honoring its humane elements. So it's not to kind of deny one for the other, but to kind of try and bring the two together in how we understand the past. To change the present, or how we act in the present, by also looking at history in these different ways. And it's also to denaturalize our reality. So to look at, for example, statues or labor relations and culture, and to challenge the often colonial or white normativity that underlies these things. And to, when we sort of remember the past, we're able to take up a different position to history that can change how we see the present. And we don't have to build, the writing of history is called the historiography. So we don't have to engage in historiography through these kind of linear 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, but we can look at sort of different fragments of history. So art, stories, the environment, and piece these fragments together. History doesn't have to be this kind of clear, neat thing, but it can be built through these fragments. And it's often a nice way to look and try to build history in a way that honors the kind of epistemic freedom embedded within it. We don't always have to, I'll demonstrate now in the example, we don't have to separate historiographies. Social, for example, social history and ecological history don't need to be written separately. They're often one and the same thing, and to bring them together is quite important to remember the past in different ways. To open up space for conflicting or non-direct engagements with history, that's also important. And to reject the kind of myopic canonization, to look beyond the kind of canonized knowledges, the knowledges that are deemed to be most important. And another way to do this is to embrace contradiction, as I said earlier, within the knowledge-making project. So not to fix or secure knowing into place, but to open up knowledge to a number of different realities that don't need to sort of speak to each other. They can kind of contradict each other. Often reality is made up of these sort of contradictions. And so it's not to kind of cover open the gaps, to sort of, we try to, it's difficult, but to kind of go into what's unknowable or unsayable, and to think why this is unknowable, unsayable within our particular ways of writing histories. And in this, we can kind of embrace unlearning and resist any urge to make knowledge kind of excessive, or to, as a kind of will to mastery, a way to sort of master the past or know it definitively, and to make room for surprise, what are sometimes called surprise knowings. And to also just kind of embrace this fictional truth of, it's a frictional truth of society, but it's also of subjectivity, truths within us that kind of conflict with each other. And in this, it's also nice to use this to understand knowledge as a place, not of a sort of a definitive place, but like rather a sort of stream of ebbs and flows. And to know, to sort of also use this to think how knowledge is embedded in different actions. Places that, as I say, knowledge is not really always, we don't always go to when we sort of think of knowledge making. And then lastly, to kind of use contradiction to unlearn our disciplinary comforts. In psychology, for example, there's a number of sort of theories that are so drilled into us from day one that they become like sort of comfortable to lean on, when in actual fact they aren't necessarily as relevant as they should be to the work. Last one is to think of knowing as a kind of emotional endeavor. We don't just sort of look at the world or engage with the world cognitively, but we also feel into it. We feel emotionally into the world around us, into politics, into history. And emotional knowing kind of acknowledges this and doesn't necessarily correspond with the written word. Through emotional knowing, we can also create kind of what are sometimes called affective solidarities, or ways of relating to one another that are built through this kind of feeling. And these affective solidarities can also be practiced within communities. And we can reactivate emotional knowing in moments of political defeat in order to sort of not become too fractured or immobilized by this kind of defeat. And it connects us to the past in sort of visceral ways. The past sort of comes alive to us when we can connect with it emotionally in some ways. And it also, lastly, emotional knowing can kind of take seriously the emotions that are denigrated under coloniality. The coloniality of knowledge doesn't sort of embrace the ways that emotions are sort of part and part of life. It's sort of just deemed irrational, pushed to the side. Okay, so lastly, I'm going to speak briefly about a project that we've been involved in South Africa, a participatory filmmaking project, working with people in the community to tell the story of their community through, or rather stories of their community through a documentary film. We're not quite finished yet, so I'm not able to show the film, unfortunately, but I'm just going to speak a little bit to how the film relates to what I've been saying here today. And the way that I'm going to try to do it is to look at what I mentioned earlier, where in South Africa, political histories are often told separately to ecological histories. And this film is sort of pushing back against that, and it's showing how the fight for social justice is also the fight for environmental justice within South Africa. So it's the way we're talking about it is this, the documentary is a depiction of the fight for planetary justice in South Africa today. And how it does this is it shows that the political resources that are needed to build a just, democratic society in South Africa are the same ones that are being used to fight against climate change. So in this community in particular, the community struggles are, it's a struggle for land beyond private title, so not sort of privately owned land, but rather collectively managed land, free and accessible water for everyone, for sustainable waste management, and for housing and electricity, all of which are both political and ecological struggles. So we see this at the level of organized politics in the community. It's organized politics not necessarily in the kind of standard ways of understanding these things. The politics are sort of organized by committees in the community, sort of leadership bodies that don't rely on a singular way of mobilizing populations in the community. They rely on a range of ideologies, political, religious, communitarian, to kind of bring people together. And this fight for planetary justice kind of takes place in dialogue with the state for electricity, housing, water, but then it also takes place through like sort of extra parliamentary means. So what are in South Africa called sometimes community strikes, where the flow of capital is not stopped in the factory, for example, but through blockading the highway and stopping kind of commerce flowing in that way. And also the solidarity efforts that take place with communities engaged in similar planetary struggles in the surrounds. It also takes place in everyday life, which is another thing that is kind of ignored within these kind of political histories in South Africa. Everyday life is organized around things like recycling, solar power, water infrastructure, and the struggles for kind of attaining the resources for these things. The community meetings themselves are also as inclusive as possible. So organized at times that as many people, many genders, as many ages as possible can attend these meetings. And because of this, there's a nice kind of way that these planetary justice struggles are engaging the kind of totality of society. So, for example, gender-based violence, community policing, struggles for land, struggles for equitable reproductive labor. The connections are made here between the way that life and land is cheapened in the community and the way that kind of justice needs to kind of honor life and land together by taking seriously all of these things. And there's also ways that different, for example, worker cooperatives in the community, those struggling for education and small-scale sort of farmers are being kind of brought together, and the different knowledge traditions within which each of these different seemingly separate social actors are engaged are kind of brought together in these planetary justice struggles, which are kind of at the same time also struggles for epistemic freedom. So yeah, that's everything I have to say on this. I don't know if we can maybe open it up now.
Thank you so much, Nick. Let's give Nick again a round of applause. I think we can entertain 1 or 2 questions coming in from the audience. Do we have any questions? You can raise your hands and we can give you the microphone. Maybe 1 or 2 questions. You can raise your hands if you want. Okay. Anyone? Anyone would like to have a message? A question for Nick? Nick, I think one of the things that I took note here in your talk, we know decolonial thinking is quite important, and you already demonstrated how beneficial it is. But we often look at decolonial thinking usually in the margins, even in higher education. I think even though there has been a growing appreciation, it's usually still in the margins, especially in the policy space. My question is, why do you think that is the case, or maybe it's not the case anymore? And how do you think decolonial thinking can really take root, particularly in the policy decision making or in the areas where important decisions are made, so that it can actually affect many people in a much broader sense? Thank you.
In South Africa, I can't speak to other contexts, but the risk with that is because it is taken seriously in some policy-making documents, but you find the language is used rather than sort of any sort of committed practice. So there's more and more, especially in universities, these documents that like love this language, and then you read through it and everything's sort of exactly the same. So it's sort of rearranging the furniture without kind of demolishing the house, or however you want to say it. So it is important to do. But and then some people would say it is being done, but I would maybe say not. And I think the point is just to bring people in who are sort of undergoing, especially linguisticides in South Africa. There's so many languages that are just spoken by like a few hundred people left, and to bring these knowledge holders into places like the academy and stuff, and say if we are to sort of honor the knowledge making that's going on, how can we do this? How can resources be directed in ways that are useful?
So I think that's a big part of that is resources, right? To really, because you don't just decolonize knowledge, you also decolonize practice. I think that's eventually what we would like to see. Any other questions coming in from the audience? Because if not, I think let's give Nick a warm round of applause for that wonderful presentation. If you have questions to Nick, we'll give time later on. Maybe you can ask Nick personally the questions that you'd like to have. Now back to our MC, please, so that we can move on to our plenary speakers. Thank you very much. Again, a warm round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Please try to wait.
Okay, so we will have the presentation and the awarding. Okay, I think now we would like to give the certificate of appreciation, of course, to our speaker. Maybe we have a camera people here who can take a picture as Nick receives a certificate. This certificate with the logos of our hosts, the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, the University of the Philippines Manila, and the University of the Philippines Los Baños, and the University of South Africa. The certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Nick Malherbe as speaker in the 3rd International Conference on Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices held this 5th of July 2023 in the beautiful city of Yogyakarta, Indonesia, signed by Dr. Nina Zulida Situmorang, committee head from the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan.
Dr. Ellie, Dr. Terry. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Just better things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up?
One more time. Nick, we'll take a picture more. One more time.
Nice job.
I can do it that like this.
Bu Eli eliminasi
Dr. Tere, you may join the photo session.
the father and the mother.
So, what's the son?
The mother of IKSP.
And the son? Yeah, thank you very much for the Stadium General from Dr. Nick and also Ron Tangkalan. I'm sure that the Stadium General give you very much valuable information related to the indigenous. Okay. Please give applause one more time to Dr. Nick and also Ron. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to have the coffee break for 30 minutes. The coffee break will be on the upstairs on the 10th floor, and we invite the guests first. Then the door will be over there. So for the student, please wait here for 15 minutes because it's the limited place, so no much people can stand there. Yeah. So we welcome you to have a coffee break on the 10th floor. Yes. We will back here at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, for the participants who sit in the back row, please come forward to make it easier for the speaker to address you when they have presented and have a question. So it will be good for the photo session as well. Thank you. Please move forward. Please. Yeah. Peserta yang ada di belakang mohon maju ke depan untuk memenuhi seat yang ada di depan. Jadi nanti memudahkan presenter untuk addressing para penanya dan untuk foto akan lebih bagus. Terima kasih.
Tagalog. Hoy, bumaba na kayo dito para mas malapit, mga Filipinos.
Thank you, Prof. Teresa. Okay, the distinguished guests, welcome back to the amphitheater, and we will have the plenary session. We already had the coffee break time. Hopefully the coffee and the food already energize you and recharge your energy to join the international conference again. Please give applause for us today. Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to re-inform you again and again that this international conference is streamed on Zoom and our official YouTube channel, Fakultas Psikologi UAD. And now we come to the plenary session, and it's going to be moderated by Alvaro Calara. Yeah, he is graduated from Master of Social Change and Development from the University of Newcastle, Australia, teaching at the University of the Philippines, Los Banos since 2017, but started teaching since 2002. His research interests include youth studies, multicultural societies, environment, and social development. The disciplines qualitative social research, economic sociology, development economics, skill and expertises, cross-cultural studies, sociology international, migration, ethnicity, multiculturalism, cultural diversity, cultural sociology, acculturation, sociology of technology, cultural identity, gender and development, and ethnology. Please welcome one and only Assistant Professor Alvaro Calara. Please give applause.
So, hello, if I heard you. Hello, yes, thank you so much, Ina. That was a very long introduction, but a very generous one. Hello, everyone. How are you? How do we feel today? No, you will reply back, we feel great. Okay? So how are you feeling today? All right. Thank you so much. So before we have a very important resource speaker for this morning. Let me just explain to you what happened. No? So Dr. Nick Melharbe, we would like to thank him for really preparing the context of this conference. Now, why are we doing IKSP? What's the importance of IKSP? And there's so many things that he mentioned there. The epistemicide, the myopic. I took down notes, Dr. Nick. You know, the notepad is full of your the things that you said. But these are really valid concerns that have been raised by Dr. Nick, and we would like to thank him for that. So that we'll be able to understand what we are doing right now. So this morning, we will have another speaker to really emphasize to us that we are doing something for us to be able to resurrect the importance of IKSP, all right, so that it won't disappear from the youth's appreciation of knowledge systems, that it will continue to linger on, that this will be an alternative voice for the global South, that our voices, we will regain our voices so that we will better understand our own culture. And that's a very good news for all of us, for the youth and the participants that we have right now, because now we are reclaiming our voice through our indigenous knowledge systems and practices. All right? So without further ado, I will turn over again to Ina to introduce us to this very beautiful lady. We call her the Queen of IKSP. So Ina, take it away.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Alvaro Calara. So, Professor Ma Teresa Quanzo Chen Guzman, he told me that you are the mother of IKSP, the queen of the IKSP. She earns the PhD in anthropology in 2007 in University of the Philippines. The dissertation title is a little bit hard for me to read it. Ang nawani eng sambal aita sa botolan, zambales at ang tawirang pak akma ang sarili, pakat pos eng pinatobo. Body and self strategies of accommodation of the aita of botolan zambales after pinatubo. Deeply sorry for the misspelling. And the research interest in cultural anthropology and anthropological linguistic, indigenous peoples, gender studies, ethnoarchaeology, educational anthropology, SIA, social impact assessment, CHIA, cultural heritage impact assessment, disaster risk management and resiliency, urban poor studies. So please welcome the Queen of IKSP, Professor Ma Teresa Guanzon J. Guzman, PhD, and also Alvaro.
Good afternoon. And thank you for the good introduction. I don't know, Alvaro, why Queen, but we're one of the pioneers in the Philippines to have this indigenous knowledge systems and practices, conferences, and information dissemination. Okay, so the title of my talk is about the different conferences that we conducted in the Philippines in partnership with the Amadalan University. It's called Ethno-Historical Review because these are the actually actual papers of those who attended and presented their papers. And some of the summaries of the indigenous groups that we actually interviewed for the IKSP. Okay. First slide, please. How was IKSP developed? Prior to a decade ago, Slide, please. Next slide, please. Prior to a decade ago, IKSP received a little attention, and there was a scant of evidence that IKSP-based intervention were effective. Since the early of 1990s, IKSP research has expanded significantly. As a result, everyone's participation, a wealth of information, and a variety of subjects has been uncovered. Next slide, please. Despite the fact that IKSP research is still in its infancy, there are few credible sources of information that can help compile and integrate the body of knowledge, thereby making a vast amount of data more readily accessible, understandable, and more valuable. With the emphasis on the failed cases and discussion of current theory and practice, this article provides a concise and report overview of IKSP research and evaluation. So defining IKSP. IKSP, or Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices, are traditional knowledge systems that our ancestors have developed over many generations of exploration. It was the ideal system for sustainable development because it connected the past, present, and the future. The TK, or traditional knowledge, takes the form of stories, songs, folklore, proverbs, cultural values, beliefs, rituals, community laws, the local language, and agricultural practices, including the development of plant species and animal breeds. IKSP writes, the Philippines was the first nation in Southeast Asia to acknowledge indigenous rights. Article 14, Section 17 of the Constitution of 1987 recognizes, respect, and safeguard the rights of ICCs and IPs to preserve and advance their cultures, traditions, and institutions within the context of national development. The Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act were passed on October 29, 1977, and they expanded these rights. According to the IPRA, Indigenous peoples have a right to their ancestral lands and domains, as well as the right to self-determination, empowerment, social justice, human rights, and cultural integrity. Cultural integrity recognizes the full ownership, control, and protection of IPs and ICCs. Cultural and intellectual rights through Section 34, the right to the indigenous knowledge systems and practices, and to develop their own sciences and technologies. Section 7 of IPRA law, named National Commission of Indigenous Peoples, or NCIP, the primary government agency charged with formulating and implementing policies, plans, programs to recognize, protect, and promote the rights of ICCs, or indigenous cultural communities, and indigenous peoples. The Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, or PITHAC, RA number 84-23-1997, fostered and created IKSP. The National Indigenous Peoples Education, or IPED, policy framework promotes the indigenous rights to basic education that respects their context, identities, and cultural heritage. The NCCA also organizes, or National Cultural Commission, organizes policies and activities to protect, develop, and promote Philippine arts, including intergenerational transmissions such as School of Living Traditions. IKSP have enabled sustainable farming, food security, healthcare, and education in the Philippines. Indigenous peoples' commitment to environmentally and socially appropriate solution underpins grassroots decision making. Hold on, kindly go back to the previous slide. International Conference, IKSP. The IKSP International Conferences was established in collaboration with Ahmad University and Benguet State University in December 2019. Please go back to the previous slide. Thank you. Previous slide, please. Okay, as you can see, this was the first indigenous knowledge systems and practices, or IKSP, which was actually conducted in Binondo Chinese community. Okay, because there are a lot of Chinese Filipinos in that community, and it's very, very historical and cultural. The IKSP International with the Benguet State University. The Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Practices, Valuation and Preservation of Nation's Heritage was the conference 3-day theme. The location was Swiss Bell Hotel, a significant value because of the location. Next slide, please. So the objective is to address various issues confronted by the Philippine indigenous communities through instruction, research, and extension. Professor Ponciano Benagen, former faculty of the Department of Anthropology at UP Diliman, argued that we are all indigenous now, but some are more indigenous than others. Even though everyone is indigenous in some way, he added that people can choose to join sustainable IKSP or an unsustainable IKSP. IKSP that is sustainable maintains its original characteristics, which are holistic and closely related to the environment. IKSP has evolved into an unsustainable kind of organization that prioritizes profit over people and the environment. It is fragmented and growth-oriented. Next slide, please. On the other hand, Dr. Dennis Erasca of the De La Salle University, Department of Behavioral Sciences, that nativism is a reaction of European centrism and the continued expansion of indigenous knowledge in the social sciences. He argued that native nationalism was an inadequate counterbalance to Eurocentrism and that nativism was superior alternative. According to him, nativism is a philosophy that looks at culture as a canon rather than an artifact and questions the process of knowledge creation as whole. Next slide, please. As a result, IKSPs are logical choice for establishing the new norm. In order for Filipinos to become self-sufficient, we must ensure their long-term viability and enhance their power to impact community care in every part of the community. In order to accomplish this, there are certain things that must happen, and one of them is that indigenous education institutions must be protected. The struggle between the government forces and militant organization, this is happening in Mindanao, has resulted in closure of numerous indigenous schools. Additionally, landowners continue to plunder indigenous lands. As a result of indigenous teachers and students are compelled to take part in the diaspora while experiencing uncertainty. Next slide, please. The IKSP must be taken into account in the Philippine educational system. IKSP are not given much consideration in mainstream curricula, and the educational system still sees indigenous schools as being unofficial. Under this curriculum, students are only rarely exposed to the stories of indigenous cultural communities and indigenous peoples. And if they are exposed, they are not likely to be treated as co-equals or partners in the development. However, it is crucial to keep in mind that this must be achieved not just for the national advantage, but also to cultivate the respect for IKSP's cultures and their own definition of growth. They don't resist only for the sake of being despised or exploited. They resist to affirm their identity and rights as enlightened individuals. According to the popular myths and stereotypes, ICCs and IPs like the Lumad in Mindanao have the ability to help and inspire others, and they are more than capable of doing so. Next slide, please. For IKSP has certainly attracted many supporters. And of course, IKSP to be successful, it must consider indigenous values for nature, such as enoughness, interconnectedness, and humanity's unbreakable bond with nature. Well, according to Dr. De Ungria, a forensic scientist, DNA expert, when asked about the application of IKSP in genomics, Dr. Maria Corazon de Ungria responded by saying, using data from indigenous peoples in the Philippines, she uncovered the rich and diversified history of Filipinos through genetic markers. She added that understanding the genetic diversity of Filipino people can be beneficial in a variety of fields, including medicine, forensics, and even history. Next slide, please. Dr. Leonardo Estacio recounted that in teaching, research, and public service to address planetary health within the context of UP mandate as a premier state university and UP Manila's mission and vision, he argued that IKSP would be the best approach in dealing with the issue as it is rights, respecting, humanizing, and self-sustaining. To lay stress on this, even during the current pandemic, the ICCs and IPs are exploring innovative ways to stop spreading infectious disease. Webinars, panels, and other online events can be used to teach these concepts. Lumad Bakwit schools collaborate with a civil organization to provide basic necessities, share their hardships, and transmit their expertise and practices to others. As a result, they are actively involved in efforts to increase public awareness, encourage positive societal change, and get support to legislation aimed to enhancing their quality of life. There is still a long way to go before IKSP and full integrated into the country's effort to survive and rebuild. But Filipinos who are eager to learn can take advantage to these changes. Starting from the point, bigyang pansin is a way to go. Just a few pressing issues that IKSP can address include, please go back to the previous slide. Another area of advocacy is the planetary health. Our late Associate Dean and good friend of mine, Dr. Len Parunga Balolo, and the former Dean Leonardo R. Estacio, showed that IKSP can be used as an approach in the college efforts to grapple with a key issue in the health sciences, that is the planetary health. They found that it was ideal for sustainable development that connects the past, present, and future. However, the destruction of the systems, practices, and knowledge is accelerating due to constant assimilation and has come from young people's mind, continued lack of interest in their tradition. Some of them are not practicing agriculture anymore. As a result, scientific evidence is encouraged to demonstrate the necessity of environmental protection and cultural preservation. This indigenous knowledge and practice are highly recognized as a result of studies that link them to academic curricula. Next slide, please. However, Professor Fatima Castillo emphasized that there are contradictions between bioethics and indigenous peoples' ethics, as well as how bioethics and ethical review might hide exploitation of IP in research. The ethics review process should adhere to the ethical standards. Researchers are now required to obtain consent of an ethics review committee before involving with informants in their studies. You are not allowed just to go there and interview indigenous peoples. It is important to strike a balance between the risks and benefits in participating in an ethics review, and this is something I've learned from the first-hand experience. Next slide, please. So prior to the entry of the community, I need to consult the people or the indigenous groups, at the same time, the spirits in that particular community. So these are the rituals that we conducted among the Manobo group. Okay. Next slide, please. Indigenous ethics places the high importance of moral standing of nature, the value of nurturing over exploitation, and the value of guardianship over possession. Next slide there. For the archaeological evidence, Dr. Armand Mijares and Dr. Eusebio Dizon from the School of Archaeology, University of the Philippines, provided a history of hominids in Asia, the Homo luzonensis, including a look at the new Homo from the late Pleistocene of the Philippines. They believe that Austronesians could develop their own distinct culture and adapt to new environment. Because of this, it is regrettable that ethno-histories of Filipino communities were written by colonial bureaucrats. 23, ethnosemantics. We have ethnosemantics in the Philippines, which essentially asks to question the nature of mathematical knowledge and why Western math has grown so prominent while other mathematical knowledge is ignored, which is crucial to understanding our indigenous knowledge of species. Hopefully, other institutions, not just Philippines, are currently working on programs for indigenous peoples, and IKSP will keep track on their government's policy-making initiatives, listening to IPs and ICCs need in their community, taking practical steps to push and recognizing rights of the indigenous people, listening to IPs or ICCs' thoughts and focusing on their priorities. So what is the status of IKSP? The IKSP movement won a landmark victory on September 13, 2007, when the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was approved. Article 31, UN DRIP affirms the rights of indigenous people, maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, traditional cultural expressions, including manifestation of their sciences, technologies, and cultures. Aside from UN DRIP, there are numerous agreements and treaties were created for the protection, promotion, and advancement of indigenous knowledge systems and practices. Several education institutions are now initiating the offering of and incorporating IKSP in their curriculum. One good example is the University of the Philippines, Baguio. Next slide, please. Which are important part of UP's Baguio's identity, both academic and community levels, find recognition, maintenance, and development. NCCA, in collaboration with the higher education institutions, is taking significant steps to promote social research person on IKSP, a glimpse of the Cordillera people, in which university professors and students conduct intensive research on beliefs, systems, rituals, quality of life, health status, and so on and so forth. Regardless the overall mindset, the preconception of today's generation It is possible to challenge indigenous learners by giving them equal training and in both Western, dagdag kaalaman in Western, just borrow, dagdag, and indigenous knowledge. And the capacity is enabling them to flourish in both. The critical issue is that neither should be thought to the or detriment to the other. The IKSP is presently incorporated in the University of the Philippines, Manila, into majority topics where it is an integral part of the College of Arts and Sciences curriculum. The college principal contribution to the field of health and social sciences is the planetary health. Though it is simple to say and just do, CAS has been advocating IKSP with a health focus from the start because UP Manila is a health institution, whereby the college stands that the planetary health is a solution-oriented, participatory, interdisciplinary field dedicated to analyzing and minimizing consequences of human disruption to Earth's natural system and human health and health in all species. The second international conference, IKSP, which is held online in response to COVID-19 pandemic, again, together with our partnership, SUKE, Amadalan University, given the new normal, modernity, globalization, and migration, academia or schools are currently one of the best places to include cultural expression or indigenous knowledge in students' education. And this include educators should collect resources, do own study on IKSP. That's ethnography. Seminars, trainings, symposiums, and other gatherings that can enhance and expand students' educators' knowledge of IKSP. Development of guide for indigenization of materials and goods for all natural sciences courses. Conduct a pilot study to evaluate the success and issues resulting from the absence and use of IKSP. And finally, carry out extensive comparative research on the issues that faculty and students have with incorporating IKSP. Next slide, please. The new normal should incorporate cultural expression or indigenous knowledge into students' education, specifically face-to-face and online. Bear in mind, next slide please, that we are all indigenous, seek to preserve, harness IP skills. Next slide please. Discussion like parallel session, like local understanding of calamities and pandemic threats by Norman King and Aita Mag-Indi. Planning to include indigenous knowledge in criminology subjects under the IP law. An intensive discussion of IKSP for higher education. Next slide, please. In collaboration with Amadalan. And there's Alvaro Calara. Arini with Yowati with the active participation, and of course, Hawi Porwardi from the Amadalan University. Next slide, please. Emphasizing the next steps for the third conference, international conference, which is happening now. Next slide, please. Policy advocacy, webinar workshop, and policy brief. Institution alliance and networking. Establishing a strong partnership among SUKs, private institutions, NGOs, IPs, and Islamic communities, cultural institutions, and others. Initiating interdisciplinary collaboration, research, and public service. Capacity building and conferences, third international conference on IKSP. Next slide, please. Now, changing the guard of the baton from UP Manila to Amadalan. That's why we are conducting it here. Next slide, please. Sharing lectures to UP Manila students on climate change and community mental health by Dr. Eli Nur Hayati, our active dean. Next slide, please. With the support of our colleges, Ahmad Dahlan University, and a new family is growing, Jember, Unisa, UP Las Baños, for support. Sana hindi kayo magsawa. Continue to support even though the budget and spending with our own, even though we are spending with our own pocket. Laban lang. And in Korea, fighting. Thank you so much.
Hello. Dr. Tere, you join me here. It's so lonely up here. Thank you so much, Dr. Tere, for that very enlightening discussion. You see how IKSP evolved into what we are celebrating right now. So these are small wins, but we're getting there, and IKSP will regain its position. There should not be really a war between the scientific or the Western knowledge and the Southern or the IKSP knowledge, but there should really be more complementation. I think this is being emphasized by Dr. Tere. That's why we're trying to incorporate that in different aspects of the institutions in the Philippines. So from education to policies, we would like to really give certain recognition to the importance of IKSP. So that's the Philippine perspective. I think we will go on now, Miss Ina. All right, we will be also hearing two more presentations to give you naman the perspective of Indonesia. All right, so you see now IKSP working in the Philippines. Let's see it now working in Indonesia. So to give us a proper introduction of these powerful women of IKSP, we have the Queen. We have the princess, we have the, yes, and Ina will introduce to us the next speaker.
Okay, we still have two more speakers for today's. The second one, Dr. Vesta Yumpi Rahmanawati, MSc Psycholog. She is teaching in Universitas Muhammadiyah, Jember. She earns a doctoral degree in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the expertise in qualitative research in family resilience counseling, and also Islamic parenting on early childhood education. And we call her the Queen of Psychology in Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Vesta Yumpi Rahmanawati, MSc Psycholog. And the third one, we have Ibu Dr. Eli Nur Hayati, PhD, PSI. She is a lecturer in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Her doctoral degree in Umeå University, Sweden. And the title of the thesis or dissertation is Domestic Violence Against Women in Rural Indonesia, Searching for Multi-Level Prevention. And we call her the Queen of Psychology in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Eli to present today.
I'm so
So you are the king. I hand the international conference again to Mr. Alvaro Calara. The stage, the microphone, all are yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Ina. But now I will be turning over to Dr. Vesta. So it's going around. So Dr. Vesta will be having her presentation. Dr. Vesta? All right.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. I'm happy to be here with you to share This is about my experience during research in family resilience, especially in the process toward family resilience. I am using qualitative method because there are advantage using qualitative research. First, we obtain the meaning of family member about family interaction and relationship, and then obtain the view of member in the family about the relationship process and observe family interaction. Examine the family in the context, examining the family in the context, understanding of the family as a phenomena of ecological system that influence each other, socio-historical, religious, and cultural, giving voice to marginalized families. Before I share about my research, first I want to tell about indigenous psychology research approach. Indigenous psychology is about understanding people in context. This emerged because Asian people face difficult to apply general psychology in the context, especially in people in Indonesia. Indigenous psychology is the scientific study of human behavior or mind that is native, that is not transported from another region, and that is designed or it is designed for its people. Through an indigenous psychology approach, psychological knowledge can be found that is rooted in the cultural context. The goal in indigenous psychology to construct not only providing description theories about psychological phenomena, and then to create a more rigorous, systematic, universal science that can be theoretically and empirically verified. Indigenous psychology advocates examining explicitly the content of research. First off, let's think about what is smart. What makes people smart? In what situation can you show your statement of, your smartness of? We can see that how people defining intelligence is so very false from previous research or defining intelligence. Very different in the context. For example, in conventional, that intelligence is seen as term of practical problem solving, verbal ability, and social competence. But in another culture, it have different definition. Something like this is from another this is from like Confucian, Confucian emphasizing benevolence and doing what is right. Toys emphasizing humility, freedom from conventional standard of judgment, full knowledge of oneself and external condition. This is from China's philosophy. And then from Kenyan, have definition intelligence different too. like RICO, knowledge and skills, LUORO, respect, then WINJO, comprehensive of how to handle real life problems, and PARO, initiative. So we can see that indigenous is so very important. Individual are viewed as agent of their action and collective agent through their culture. Culture and religion have their contribution to the formation of individual psychological concept. Indigenous psychology reflects an approach that incorporates context, family, social, cultural, and ecological, and content, belief, value, and it is research design. Humans are seen as agents of their own action and are motivated to control and manage their environment. Culture is a life that is inherited from generation to generation. Every culture has a frame of reference, including ecological, historical, philosophical, and religious contexts. The indigenous psychology approach encourages the development of indigenous theories, concepts, and methods according to contextual psychological phenomena. Here is how to applying constructive realism for indigenous psychology, because constructive realism contribute to indigenous psychology. What is affect? How something seems to someone? How is in its context? This is the way how to apply indigenous psychology. Very concerned to belief or about belief and value of the people in context. Here is a level of reality. The first, actuality. Actuality is the given word that all creatures must rely on this, for survive. And then life word. Life word is a primordial word in which everything presents itself in a self-evident way. Life word are culturally construction that support the means, the deal with actually which is given word. And then micro word. Micro word is a scientific construction. Micro word is a theoretical interpretation of a social phenomenon given by a social scientist based on a certain point of view. This micro word is a function scientific construct and the sum of scientific construct. Human make understanding of the experience, various explanation, structure, and respond to their life word. Yeah, this is a reality or micro word is scientific construction, which is built based on realism. Construction means the scientific organize the information with the help of a framework, which organize the data. Micro word is a theoretical interpretation of a social phenomenon given by a social scientist based on a certain point of view. This micro word is a functioning scientific construct and the sum of scientific construct. Doing indigenous psychology, we have to know about strangification. Strangification, the way to micro word. The way to achieve knowledge is called strangification. Strangification is a set of strategies having one point in common, transferring one logical system of proportion from the original context into another context and judging the system out of this context. For example, documenting, organizing, and interpreting the data. Here's more detail about strangification. Documenting, organizing, and interpreting is seen as a strongification because the process is necessary to translate their psychological belief into certain terms. Previous research and pre-existing theories from different contexts are needed for the strongification process. The theory requires different contexts, contracts, and language, as well as live birth. And this is some notes for indigenous psychology that discuss the context of the construction of psychological theories that are in accordance with the cultural characteristic of certain community. The main goal of developing indigenous psychology is to build various systems of knowledge based on local wisdom to help people solve their daily problem efficiently. It is very important because general psychology not always appropriate in people in the context. And here's my research using perspective of indigenous psychology. I researched about family resilience with children with neurodevelopmental disorder. Using indigenous psychology is in family resilience. Indigenous psychology emphasizes examining psychological phenomena in context, family, social, cultural, environment. This is the reason why I use indigenous psychology as a perspective in my research. The main goal of this approach is to create a more systematic, universal science that can be theoretically and empirically proven. In the context of Muslim family with children with neurodevelopmental disorder or NDD, this indigenous method can describe the behavior of Muslim family as an original group which has Islamic value as a framework for carrying out their life. The aim, exploring resilience in Muslim family who have children with neurodevelopmental disorder, exploring aspects that support family resilience, finding religious belief in building the resilience of Muslim family. Family challenges with NDD children. Problem in the family from observation and then from interview. They are dealing stress in everyday life, and then how even stress they find strength, how they find a rebound from crisis. This very interesting to research. Muslim family with children with NDD have their own characteristic and system so that an indigenous psychology approach can reveal and explore in depth because this approach emphasizes psychological issue and mutualistic dialectic with culture. Here's the research problem. Research on aspect of family resilience in raising NDD children have researched before. And the concept of family resilience is still based on a general psychological approach. Psychological theories are not necessarily relevant because psychological theories are related to cultural boundaries. It means that psychological theory cannot be separated with value or culture in context. Here's the research problem that different about definition of resilience. In Asia, protective factor of resilience are obtained from individual interaction with microsystem and individual with mesosystem. In Western, protective factor are determined by external factors and individual factors or the interaction of both. The importance of research in various culture or group, understanding family interaction and relationship as unit analysis to understand the risk factor and protective factor and factor that support positive adaptation in the family not healthy function. Here is the way understanding of Muslim family with NDD. Here is the research gap. Aspect about the aspect family relation in raising children. The finding of the concept of family resilience are based on general psychological approach, whereas in the context of family, this has not yet been done. That's why I interested. And this is the question research. What are the source of religious belief and aspect of the resilience of Muslim family with NDD? And sampling 312 subjects, data collection with open-ended question, analysis using content analysis, helping with max QDA. Here's the result. There is 3 categorized religious coping strategy, cognitive religious coping, family religious efficacy, emotional religious coping, and behavioral religious coping. Then also positive parenting, building hope, endeavor, love children unconditional, parenting knowledge, support system, social support, and mutually. Here is the position of finding with the existing model of family resilience. I found different with existing research, comparing with family resilience framework from WALS. Aspect of family resilient Muslim with family have a detailed explanation about religious value. Here is the proof that the importance of seeing or concern about the value for family. And then in study 2, I want to know about the process of family resilience, because different model in the previous research. How the process of resilience of a Muslim family with NDD children, value in Islamic teacher, how it's adherent deal with trial or crisis in the family. Exploring Islamic religious source related to family resilience when the family faces trial or crisis. Using phenomenological approach to explore one experience from a unique perspective, each individual gets the opportunity to communicate experience, share insight, and reflect on experience. The gap, because different model, how the process in context. Resilient process research in context, Saxely reunification, and then model of resilience among transnational families of Filipina domestic helpers. The result limited to context. However, the result of this study have limited contextual and no relevance when applied to other cultural group or context. Method using phenomenology and sampling 10 families with NDD, data analysis with phenomenology guide from Van Menen. Here is the religious coping strategy, Islamic value as framework for coping strategy for Muslim family with NDD. The component of the religious coping strategy very dominant in family with NDD. Here is cognitive religious coping, family religious efficacy, emotional religious coping, and behavioral religious coping in family with NDD. The religious coping component add to the understanding of the coping strategy used by Muslim family with NDD children because Islamic value have become an inherent part in this family. Yeah, the conclusion, based on the limited context, the relevance of the family resilience aspect of this study describe the resilience of Muslim family with NDD. There are funding that are generally accepted because they are found in most of the result of research in other contexts. However, there are relatively aspects that become specification for Muslim family. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Festa. I am really amazed on how IKSP can really take the role of protective factors in terms of addressing some disorders like NDD. So those are one of the models for us to be able to be very resilient. No? So in the case of the Philippines, we're also rediscovering IKSP for the country to be resilient. No? And Dr. Festa is trying to point out to us that religion, no, as part of an IKSP, can also be a very important factor, protecting factor for us to address some issues like NDD. So for families to cope, no, in dealing with that particular disorder. So thank you very much, Dr. Festa. We will be waiting for some of the questions later on, but we will not miss the presentation. So we would like to apologize for the certain delay in our schedule. No, we will be having a delayed lunch. We will finish the presentation of the Queen of the Psychology in UAD, Dr. Ellie, a very good friend of mine. For us, she will also be discussing a very important factor in terms of addressing climate change. No? And we will also, again, banking on IKSP on how to deal with the very important issue, no, that we have to confront nowadays. Dr. Ellie, the floor is yours, and the microphone also.
Thank you, Sir Al. Okay. Good noon. Good noon, everybody. I hope you're still awake. In a few, yeah, in a few moments we will have lunchtime. So it is delighting. But before that, it's just a share of thoughts about our current situation with global life. Maybe we heard or we see from the television, through the internet, about bad things happened recently globally, where disasters, and most recently it's about the riots in France. Maybe if you follow that issues, it feels like, for me, feels like why it's getting more and more bad news in the television in a global scale. In my childhood, I feel like, oh, maybe because in this country I have this problem and that problem because we are, I understand now as because we are underdeveloped country or developed country, a developing country. So the situation is just like this. But then the more and more I learn about psychology, unfortunately, Sorry, Nick. Then I feel like, there is something. Why should we always read the Americans book or the European books about psychology? Why should we have like what do we call it? Apa itu namanya? We have to put confidence with our own ability, self-confidence. We can do that because we can. Yes, we can. At the same time, because I got the lessons from my religious teachers, that we are able to do something because God gave you, because of God's generosity in giving you His power, so you can do this and that in your life. So there are some big marks in my head. So with the current situation, and then also with the assignment that I got recently, start from last semester, to teach in the class of environmental psychology. So part of this audience are coming from my class. Hello, guys. Yeah. So I feel like there is something that psychology have not addressed too much on this issue. Maybe because many people think that this is a futuristic issues, and not happen with us. It doesn't happen with us this time. So what do we see and feel about our environment these days if we compare it to our previous time in our childhood, for example? For me, and maybe for are we millennials? Yeah, we are millennials, not baby boomers. Yeah, we are millennials. So during my childhood, I feel like we still have a nice weather. It's not hot, but it's warm and it's nice. But these days, every time we go outside with a motorcycle or just walking, and it feels like the sunburn is very painful in the skin. So every time you go outside, you have to protect yourself with umbrella, with a hat or whatever. Yeah, sunscreen. And also, it's colder than previously, it's hotter than previously, and unpredictable seasons. As we can see today, we have a beautiful rain, beautiful shower. It's not rain, but it's like a shower in the middle of the musim kemarau. Musim kemarau is about dry season. So, and also last year we have like the whole year of raining. So we cannot predict anymore that from April to October we will have dry season, and from October to April we will have this wet season. So now we cannot predict when will be the dry season and when will be the wet season. And then also more floods in many cities, and we can see that now in developing countries like in the Europe, in New Zealand, in Australia, in the US, they also have extreme flooding like the one that usually we saw from the television. It happened in the developing countries. Also droughts in many places. Our rivers and lakes are droughts. Maybe yesterday our family visiting a lake in a mountainside, and they take a picture, and then it's like 15 years ago I was there, and I asked, is this the lake of the name of a lake? And then yes, this is. I felt like, it's become what is it? Menyempit, yeah. It's become narrow because of the volume of the water is decreasing. Yeah, this is a river and lake springs, And then more wildfires. We can see that in developing countries, they also in developed countries they also have massive wildfires. And then kebakaran hutan itu parah sekali. And then more crop failures, and then sea surface raising. One of you, is there any of you that living in Pekalongan? Is there any of you come from Pekalongan? No, because Pekalongan is a city in the northern of Java, and it's become apa? Yeah, it's sinking, and then so so it seems like there will be more cities also in this Java island will shrinking. Also, this glacier melting, we can see from the YouTube and from other platform. I think to see how the North Pole is getting more and more melted. And those are different from what we see for so many years back. And what do we see as the impact of that? So we can see that there is a direct impact, which are more stressful events in our daily life, which is caused by disasters. You know that disasters, flooding, for example, that's really it's caused by water, and water caused by the rain. The flood because of the rain, or the floods because of maybe it's different case in Ukraine where the big dam was hit by a bombshell. But rain because of the flood that caused by massive rainfall, and also because of the loss, because of the floods, because of the landslide. And then because of the conflicts, land conflicts, and then people have to lost their properties, they lost their family members, and they lost their culture, and also separation with their families, their peers. Also, the forced resettlement. I know how people in the slope of Merapi, the mountain that we have here, that side. Because of the volcano, the volcanic activity, and then the people, they have to go down in an area that are warmer for them, but they have to really go away from their traditional place, and that is really painful. And then the chaos, we can see that now people are fighting for resources. We can see how for the current issues like the war in Ukraine and Russia, it caused that how the global market distribution on flowers, on the gasoline, it's really influenced by that war. It's caused inflation everywhere, and we always praying that nothing even worse happen. Also, wider social gap and inequality because of people in the marginalized people. They usually living in the more risky area, and they work in the more risky sectors. So the inequality is getting more and more. And then physical health problems. As we know that now more people having, because of the exposure of carbon dioxide in the air, so air pollution has become more and more in a big city, especially, and also the heat stroke. We know that maybe we heard from some news that more people reported died because of the heat stroke. And then also uncertainty. We just know, and we testimony on that, and we have an experience with ourselves during pandemic how uncertainty is, how uncertainty in life looks like. because we don't know when the coronavirus will go away from us, when we will be able to have communication in a daily life just like the usual one, when we will have offline classes and that kind of things. So uncertainty, because maybe we can see to my sense, like if you live in the US and then we know from the news that suddenly there is a mass shooting, and it's very random. It's in a kindergarten, it's in the university, in a supermarket. That's really uncertain. So I really suggest my colleague, if you want to go for your PhD to America, no, don't go. I will ban you to go to the US, because it's really uncertain for me, it's really uncertain safety there. And then, these emerging events are far from the pleasure principle of human being, right? That we always looking for something that is nice, something that peaceful, something that is comfortable, convenience, whatever. So all of that things, due to this climate change, really push us to expose to different situation that is stressful. And this is what had been studied by some scholars, like the increased frequency of violence, riots, social conflict, drug and alcohol abuse, and then the elevated rate of anxiety, mood disorder, acute stress, and PTSD. That PTSD is really related to different kind of disaster, exposure, extreme exposure, like that mass shooting, for example, or a mass flooding. So that kind of extreme exposure that is faced by the community recently. Also, strong emotional reaction, despair, fear, suicidal ideation, grief, and hopelessness. Increased rates of emergency department. And this is also increased mental health concern during summer due to the heat wave. So now we know that in Europe, I can feel how it's living under the 39 degree, not in Indonesia, but then when I was travel to the Netherlands during summertime, it was July. And then, oh my God, this is how to live under this the 39 degree, because that time they got a heat wave. So I cannot imagine if we have like 40 or more degree. So this is really really frustrating. It's really stressful. And then this is the sources, the source then where I get this information from the study that already published. And then increased rate of youth depression due to grief in relation to extreme exposure of disasters. So now we can see also that I think my colleagues who work in the clinical setting, they face that the problem how now younger people from junior high school, senior high school, and then they have complained on self-harm, cutting their own, and also the very, very young students in the university, they have that kind of problems. And this is getting more and more. And then this is the source where I got information. And then mental health problems also faced by indigenous community, and that is not invisible. Because mostly the research done in the urban setting, and then indigenous community lost place of attachment, food security, culture, socioeconomic disadvantages. So we know how the forest in the Amazons or the forest in our in Indonesia, we know how Borneo looks like. Who come from Borneo? Is there any of you come from Borneo? Hanis? No, from this side? Yeah. So one day I was travel to Borneo, and then it's fly in above the forest, and then it was the forest was it looks like okay when I go through this car, but when I fly, then I can notice what happened with these trees from above. It was empty in the middle of the forest. So I don't know, I didn't know whether that was legal or illegal. But that's how people that used to live in the forest, like indigenous community who lives in the forest, and also the animals who are the habitant of the forest, they lose their habitat. It's because of us, and this is the source. So challenges for our fields in psychology. This is from the literature review that I read. There has been lack of awareness in the environmental distress, because stress is usually considered as its related to the psychosocial issues. So the interaction, the family, communication, that kind of things. But stress due to the environmental noise, for example, that heat, the density, for example, that's really also a stress due to the environmental changes. And then the tendency of working in merely micro level of individual, lack of multi-level analysis, micro, meso, exo, and macro level. And then the next challenges is that mostly of psychological research are done in Western industrial country. So it seems like they know that they have caused many trouble, or because they have sources to do research, and then they also have an awareness that we know that. No, it's just a flashback. When Al Gore, maybe you know Al Gore, it's the candidate, presidency candidate from the U.S., and then he gave a speech about the, what was the title?
Inconvenient truth.
Inconvenient Truth. You can access YouTube after this session about his speech, and then people suddenly. Globally, I don't know with the American, because they still ignore with that. But people then start to change. Yes, there is a problem with our environment, with different kind of exposure that happen. And then the next finding from that literature review is that mostly studied with quantitative design, and then lack of cross-cultural studies. And this is the source. You can access this also. So this is our future direction. This will be the final slide. We need to raise the awareness on good and proper behavior. In Muslim society, actually we have a fikih lingkungan, right? I think we learned it in our class. It's about how Islamic teaching about how we should behave with our environment. But in fact, we do not do that because of many different reasons. So it is important for us to have like courses on environmental psychology, or it called green psychology or ecological psychology, whatever. But something that psychology must also touch how people should behave with their environment. And then developing research agenda with action-oriented instead of basic research in the field of environmental psychology with beyond individual level of analysis. So it's like a bigger research with bigger perspective, and collaborative research between countries, especially from the southern hemisphere. As it is addressed before, that mostly research done in a Western industrial country, which is usually it's from northern. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us as well to collaborate more in the field of research Because now we have the Philippines, we have South Africa, Los Baños, and UP Manila. We should establish action-oriented research related to that, because this is really we relatively not contributing as much as the industrial countries or Western and North countries in producing the carbon dioxide. We are agricultural countries, right? Originally, but then we got more exposure with that industrial things because of this. No. This will be it will be too longer, and the expert is Nick Malherbe. So I think I have to stop my presentation now. Thank you very much. I hope this will be our thinking in the future. So matur nuwun, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, terima kasih, Bu Eli. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I think this is where IKSP will really play an important role, Bu Eli, because IKSP, when we talk about IKSP, it's always about sustainability. No? And so for us to be able to address climate change, I think we have to go back to our original roots and practices, no? So IKSP. All right. So the queens are ready now for your questions. I think we will have do you have questions for our queens? Yes. Go ahead. Can kindly state your name. All right. Your favorite color. No joke lang. I joke. Yes.
Hello. Okay.
Hi.
My name is Herlisa Aulia, student of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan in kelas Psikologi Lingkungan. Sorry, talking about climate change, climate crisis, we talk about technology, political. So we've heard a stigma about sustainability is privilege. The fact that climate change more affecting in developed country, the marginal people, even the indigenous community, we know land taking, health, security, injustice, forest fires in Indonesia that happen a lot in indigenous area. So I want to know your opinion about how to make conversation due to climate change, especially in indigenous communities, become a common conversation, not just conversation in conference, in webinar, or other privileged situations. And the second question is, I want to know how far the application of the IKSP curriculum influenced the students to have the awareness, curiosity, or even willingness about indigenous rights, because as we all know that indigenous rights are the responsibility of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Bu Eli. That's for you. Yeah, also. Dr. Tere will also talk about the curriculum, incorporation of IKSP in the curriculum.
Okay, thank you for that question. In the Philippines, actually, there are a lot of courses that incorporating IKSP, specifically in our department, Behavioral Sciences Department, specifically the courses in anthropology. And most of our field work are in the indigenous community. We have a collaboration with them, and we use their own methods. We cannot actually implement our method in conducting an interview. We do the process before doing a research. So prior to research, We will have this ethical approval in an ethics committee. And of course, we will talk to the community, the head officer of the community, specifically in Aita community, usually chieftains. And then afterwards, we will coordinate with the NCIP. So there's a long process, and the NCIP should be there while we are conducting the research. And then afterwards, after the result, after we wrote all the results, we will read the result of the paper. And then that's it. The community will approve or disapprove, or if they have comments about the proposed curriculum or research. So that's the process. I mean, well, we are actually gradually incorporating all those courses. And especially because in our department, we have this indigenous groups, like the Aita and also the Kankanai. So they're the ones actually part of the team approving the curriculum. Yeah.
Because of the gem?
Yeah, he reminded me about the CHED. Actually, Commission on Higher Education, and I was I conducted also a lecture on CHED about the indigenous groups, incorporating all those methods in a different courses like mathematics, science, biology, and so on and so forth. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Bueli.
Yeah, thank you. It's about how to communicate with the indigenous group about this climate change. Yeah, that is why that is the reason why in my class of community psychology, you learn about this cultural competence, and also a lot of field assignments. That is because with that competency, cultural competence, then it is hope that the students will have like a skill how to communicating with people in the field. That's it. That is the way of how to reach out the people in the field, including this indigenous group. So if you come from the urban setting, higher education, and then you will go to the people like in the Girli, it's a Girli means pinggir kali. Pinggir kali itu apa bahasa Inggrisnya? Along the river, for example, you will have different kind of way of thinking and talking, and once you have that cultural competence, then you will be able to communicate with them. And maybe they know that their environment self already changes, but they do not understand that this is related to climate change. And even mostly with people in the university, if we talk about climate change, and then they think like, oh, it's something in the far away from now. It's in the future. It's not happening now. So it feels like we don't really do something from now to start to do pro-environment behavior, at least pro-environmental behavior. So that is. So you study good, huh? While you are in the classes already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions from the audience? If not, I will do my own question. We also have questions online. But yeah, in the interest of time, I know we have a lot of questions. Yes. Please, can the microphone be given to her? Again, state your name, if you're hungry or not. Then we'll end the joke. So, and then to whom are you addressing the question? Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for the presentations. I really love it. I have this question to Ellie, because I am really interested in the topic that you are doing. But maybe I would like to ask, Oh, so sorry. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Bila. I am from. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Bila. I am from Research of Community Mental Health Initiative in the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Indonesia. And I am asking a question to Ibu Eli because I have this interest. Well, the recent practices in psychology also involves climate change. So I really curious about how do you balance, in your perspective, how do you balance like globalization and indigenous practice in community practices? And because we do believe that we have to do these practices that is rooted in scientific findings, but we do have to implement it conceptually according to what is relevant in each community. So I do wonder how far do you balance about this globalization and findings that are periodically relevant, but also you still instill those indigenous practice and values in the interventions or such. Thank you.
Okay. It's unless you want me to answer the question. No, no, just kidding.
Yes, please.
Yes, Bu Eli.
I'm the queen, so I order you. No, no. No. Thank you, Dila, not Dila. Bila. Okay. Thank you, Bila. To be frank, I just started with my, because I'm just teaching this environmental psychology this semester. So I really a beginner in this field. But then when I start to read and I feel like, oh my God, I hope this is not too late to see the fact about this. So I really don't have experience in the field regarding these things in working with especially indigenous people. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Maybe you can share to us because I know that the ladies beside you is really a community organizer. Yeah, Shirley. Yeah, Shirley. Please stand up, Shirley, so everybody know that she is a community organizer. She is a clinical psychologist, but very active in the community, including in the Moluccas, to have a community organizing there with very vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Bila. So we'd like to check if there are questions online. Yeah, we will just, how do we know that there are questions online? Questions online? On Zoom, yeah. Do we have question? None? All right. So we will give the microphone to the lady over there. Again, introduce yourself and to whom are you addressing the question?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Hi, Prof. Alvaro.
Hi. Hello. I knew her. Hi.
Okay, my name is Anis. I'm from the Master of Psychology, especially for the health and community psychology. I love the presentation. I want to ask all the panelists about your perspective. We know that in Indonesia especially, we have a lot of marginalized groups, anak dalam, as we call it. Maybe you even heard about Butet Manurung Sakola in Papua, and she teach the marginalized groups with indigenous curriculum. And I want to ask about your perspective, all the panelists, how we to keep following the industrial development while we keeping the environment for indigenous people, because there is a lot of deforestation in Kalimantan, in Papua, and it hurts many indigenous people, especially in my place, Kalimantan Timur, open up for the new capital city there. Yeah, and it affect the indigenous people there. What do you think about the following the industrial development while we keeping safe the indigenous people? Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that question, Anis. Anis, hello. Yeah, so there's really these two opposing things now, development, and then we have these indigenous knowledge systems and the marginalized indigenous people. As always, when we pursue development, they're always the collateral, no? Or they always feel the consequences, unintended consequences. So how do we balance this? How we cannot, yeah, we will be hypocrites here if we say we don't want development, right? We all want development, but how do we address and balance that so that we also protect the rights of our indigenous people? Yes, Dr. Tere?
What we're doing actually is participatory research. And when you say participatory, prior to your decision with regard to technology, doing a proposal, you should include the indigenous peoples. All the decision-making, all the results should be, the decision-making, IP should be included. We have the language, we have a term in Filipino, dagdag kaalaman. And when say dagdag kaalaman, this is just an additional knowledge coming from the Westerners. And when you say indigenous knowledge or katutubong kaalaman, you can combine those, especially in the implementation of disaster risk management. So ask the indigenous group, what are the different terminologies? Typhoon, perhaps, earthquake, perhaps, and you could also ask the behavior of those animals. They know, but the scientists actually, they don't know that. So you can combine the scientific information or data at the same time, acknowledge also the knowledge of the indigenous. It's a combination. Actually, there's no competition. It's more of a combination recognizing the IPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tere. Yeah, it's a complementation of the indigenous knowledge and the Western knowledge, that, as we call them. Do you want to add, Dr. Festa? Yes?
Yes. Maybe if you want to research about indigenous people, we want if you want to explore about the terminology, maybe terminology that used in this context of culture. For example, in Javanese, ngemong, maybe ngemong is a care to the people, to the family member. Ngemong can use for coping for family with schizophrenia, maybe because not only depend on health service, but family have capacity with value of ngemong can use for coping in caring to family member with schizophrenia, for example, or maybe NDD children. That's value. That's an example. Thank you.
Thank you. That's ngamang. Yes. Okay, so all right. Does that answer your question, Anis? Hi, Anis again. All right. Thank you so much for your answers. We will stop at 1 o'clock. We will have our break, and then we will resume at 1:30. Is that okay? Because our discussions are really getting interesting, very interesting. So we'll have some more questions online. Questions online? None? All right. So we still have some. We can still entertain some questions. Yes? Yes, please. Your name and yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon, Professor Yumpi, Professor Teresa, Professor Alvaro, and also my beloved teacher, Dr. Eli. Okay, first, I think I need to apologize first that because my English is so broken, because I still need to learn more. Second, I have one question about a problem that happened in my generation. It's about identity crisis. I think it's also happened outside Indonesia, ma'am. I think it's happened globally, maybe also happen in Philippines too, especially in big city like Manila. So the question is, did you have good advice as a teacher or also as a parent? What should we do to solve this problem, identity crisis? Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh yes. Maybe you can find meaning. You can find meaning in your life. So you become fully function as a as a people or as a student. Yeah. Crisis can cope with meaning. Meaning, you can explore the meaning from religious source, religious value, because with value of religious value, you can find the belief. So you have divine support that make you happy to your life, yeah, to your life. So you can release your emotion, you can release all your stress, and then you will find happiness. Yeah, the important if meaning very useful for you. Meaning come from maybe Quran, maybe hadith, yeah. For
Love,
example,
love,
yeah.
love.
Love.
Someone you love, of course.
Yes. Yeah. For example, in my participant, they happy even have children with NDD, neurodevelopmental disorder, because they have belief that with this child, this family find something meaning because they believe Allah will help, God will help in every situation. For example, handling the emotion, even they very stressed. So with this belief, from value, they always find happiness in daily life. That's handling crisis. Thank you.
Short one.
Yes, Bu Eli.
Yeah. My answer is that first, you have to remember that you are created for a mission by our God. Okay? And the mission is that you become the Khalifah. Means that Khalifah ni pemimpin ya? To be the leader. To be the leader in life. It means that you have a mission sacre, or whatever, that you really have to do good, to do something good in your life with a good purpose. So if once you, because you are still a student, you do what the good things as a student, and from the knowledge that you get during the school time, and then use that knowledge for your future life to do good as well. and be careful to define good and bad, because once you don't have this, like for example, these critical studies, then maybe something good will be different to good that is defined by people in general. You know what I mean? So this is why it is important to listen to different critical thinking, like what this morning delivered by Dr. Malherbe, for example. We should always find what is good for us to live in the future, and what is my mission sacred in the earth, di bumi. Apa misi suci kita di muka bumi. So that is the most important thing. So don't be disoriented. That's all.
Thank you, Bu Eli. That's a lot. Mother Teresa, do you have do you have something to say, Mother Teresa?
I thought you will not ask me about that. Anyway, here's my take. I'm more into binary opposites. So most likely, what is your really, what identity are you talking about? Is it the gender? Is it your sex? Is it the family, your identity? It's more of asking yourself the black and white. Where are you now? Are you in black or you're in white? Are you in the cold or in hot? So I'm sorry, but I cannot tell if we're talking about the identity crisis.
Okay.
So be particular for that. Thank you.
Maybe more specifically, I want to ask about what a purpose in my future. I think maybe like that. What should I do for my purpose?
Okay, as I can see.
So you will pray over
You have
Mother
a
Teresa.
beautiful life.
Mother Teresa will give you the blessings.
I bless you for good life and good education.
Yes, you talk to her later. All right, so I know we are so into this discussion, but we have to end because we have to take our lunch as well and resume our events. We have workshops this afternoon, and we have the cultural night. Don't forget, we have our cultural night also today. So as to end this very important discussion, as queens, this is my last question. As queens, all right? So how do you see the importance now of IKSP in your country, in your community, or in your discipline, so that you will remain a queen? No, that's just a joke. So as a queen or as an authority or as a person with influence, so how now do you see IKSP, the role of IKSP in your country, in your field of study, in your discipline, or in your community? So how do you see IKSP now?
Okay.
Mother Teresa?
Okay, thank you for that wonderful question. Sustainability, as I said, we have a lot of laws, but we are lost. We cannot sustain the laws in the Philippines. We have this term, urong sulong and ningas pugon. We are good in sorting out things in the beginning, but we cannot sustain those particular activities. So for me, sustainability is important, and of course, cooperation and the use of participatory, especially in decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen Festa.
Yes, I want to practice in indigenous psychology, so I will contribute with this research with indigenous psychology, especially in about value, about belief. That's all.
Thank you, Queen Festa. So I'm very, very fascinated with the result of her study that Islamic teaching is really a very important IKSP, in terms of really coping yeah. So thank you so much. And Queen Ellie?
Yeah, thank you, Sir Al. My last comment about IKSP is that we have our own values and knowledge based from our daily life here in Indonesia. So you just be yourself. If mostly here is Muslim, right? Our students here are Muslim, but for you who are not Muslim, Christian or Buddhist, whatever, just be yourself with your own belief. Because I have an experience when I was in the US, and then people, Ellie, just move your scarf. This is the US. It's free for you. I said, no, this is not because of that, but this is my identity. See, so you have to be proud with yourself, with your own knowledge, as a Muslim, as a Christian, or whatever, as an Indonesian. So I think that is the importance of IKSP.
All right, thank you so much, once again, Dr. Teresa de Guzman, Dr. Festa Yumpi, and Dr. Eli Hayati. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And I'll now turn you over to Annie. Ina.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I invite the Excellency Professor Dr. Nur Rahman to hand the certificate to the speakers of the plenary session. Please. It's a sudden, instruction. Prof. Nur Oh.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's a good idea. Wow. Dr. Vista jumping. Oh, jumpy. Thank you very much. Yes, my student. Ah. Professor, Associate Professor Elinor Hayati, MPH, PhD, Psycholog. Matur nuwun. Wah, tamsiah.
A photo session first, Prof, and also Alvaro. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Teresa G. de Guzman, Dr. Vesta Yumpi, and Dr. Eli N. Hayati, and also Assistant Professor Alvaro Calara and the Excellency Professor Dr. Nur Rahman for the astonishing presentation on the plenary session. Thank you for providing invaluable information and knowledge. For the participants, ton of thanks for still paying full attention to this international conference. Please give applause for all of us. Thank you. We will have lunch and Zuhur prayer for around 1 hour. But before lunch, we will show you the workshop classes. Yes. This one, the workshop one, decolonizing psychologies. And there are the classes for the workshop. So for the one, choose the workshop 3, you may stay here after the lunch. So we will go directly to the workshop class that you have chosen. So if you choose the workshop 3, you can be back here. But for another workshop, you can go directly to the room that you have chosen based on the workshop 1 or 2 that you have chosen. And the lunch, we will have lunch on the 10th floor, on the previous place that we have coffee break. And after the lunch, you can take the food and beverage because we will not go back to the coffee break. It is for the time effectiveness. Do I make you clear or any other information from the committee? Okay, Mr. Ron. You can take the microphone from the stage, maybe. Please help. Maybe please help take the microphone.
Sorry, we just would like to would like to ask the committee for two things. One is for the roundtable discussion, if it's possible that we have representatives from different universities. Since the roundtable, we would like to get sharing of experiences on scholarship and practice of death, dying, disaster, and violence. So we need at least some representatives from our colleagues. And the other one for nitros. I think there was a request from our colleagues from UP Manila if it's possible to do that tomorrow so that we can see it, the nitros presentation. Yeah, just the video because the nitros will be video.
Bersama ini pengen melihat untuk sharing.
Ya nggak apa-apa.
Thank you.